I'm not convinced was satisfactorily understood or dealt with. I said to the parties, as far as I recall, there was a separate bundle of WhatsApp messages which the complainant had allegedly not included in a complaint. And that set of WhatsApp messages was produced and handed over to the tribunal. Am I still right in thinking so? That would be skippers?
That is correct.
Yes.
Chair.
The next thing that I asked yesterday, which I'm not sure was understood, was I know the witness went through a series of WhatsApp messages. What I asked was, did the witness also go through a series of those messages, WhatsApp messages?
Chair, if I may, that is correct. When the complainant lodged her complaint, she attached WhatsApp messages, screenshots, to her complaint. However, later on, the cell phone was downloaded and more messages were found. But those messages that she included in her complaint are in those screenshots found on her phone and downloaded. So that is provided for the panel in volume 3, the one that this witness went through. So it is included in part of that bundle because it was found on her phone.
Oh, okay. All right.
So there's nothing that's in a complaint with regards to messages between these two parties that's not included in this bundle, except for those disputed ones, the ugly ones, but there's no emojis on those. So it's not for this witness in any event to interpret.
Well, was the matter properly dealt with? Were we told when the witness was testifying, now she's dealing with the WhatsApp messages that she had initially attached to the complaint? And then when she finished that, were we told, now we are moving separately to the WhatsApp that had allegedly not been disclosed? Or it was just a continuation of the exercise?
This witness.
Yes, yes.
These messages that she went through, those ones in the complaint is part of this bundle. So she dealt with all the witnesses that's in front of the panel.
But why were we not told about that distinction? Or are we not understanding each other?
I think there's a misunderstanding, Chair. What was put in cross-examination to the complainant was that she did not disclose all the witnesses, all the WhatsApp messages.
And you say they were later retrieved and printed out?
Yes.
And given to this witness as well?
Because that's part of bundle, the volume 3 WhatsApp screenshots.
I understand that, but you don't understand my next step. I think you will help me because I suppose I'm not clear this morning.
Ms. Kippers, you got Exhibit 3, which was given to us, I think, by Mrs. Kakani. This part of the bundle is Exhibit 3. Exhibit 2.
The complaint.
It's a complaint, and attached to the complaint are additional WhatsApp messages. Are they part of Volume 3?
They are part of Volume 1. That's the messages that she used for her complaint, to lodge her complaint. So that's part of Volume 1. It was there from the start.
What you want to find out, the information in Exhibit 2, was it given to the expert to also analyze?
Yes, because it's part of Volume 3.
Okay.
It was not separate, if I can put it like this. All the screenshots were downloaded and provided to this witness and was also part of Volume 3 from 1156 to 1339. Those messages in the complaint was part of it because it was found on her phone. It's not separate messages. It was a continuation of the conversations. She took out parts of the conversations to lodge her complaint. But-
think what the JP wants to know is where is the separation between what was in the complaint and what was added later on?
What is in the complaint is in volume 1, which is part of her initial complaint.
Yes.
And then the complete WhatsApps, including those that she used in a complaint, is in
No,
volume
before
3.
you include, let's exclude first. You excluded the first set of WhatsApp messages. You say they are in volume 1.
Yes.
The other set,
Volume 3 is a complete set of all the WhatsApps.
you mix them in volume 3.
It's not a mixture, Chair. I think that's where the confusion comes in. She took out parts of the conversations on a day, if I can put it like that. For instance, the first day, the 8th of June, there was a long conversation that took place between the complainant and the respondent. She took out parts of those conversations to lodge her complaint.
She didn't include that in her complaint.
She did. The part, some of it, but not the total conversation.
Mhm.
Now, volume 3 is the total conversation that was found on her phone, and it was part of volume 3. So it's not like we took the screenshots that she used in the complaint and put it in between the others. It's a continuation of the conversation. So let's leave screenshots out. The messages are all in volume 3, including the ones that she used in a complaint, because it's a chronological continuation of the conversation.
Mr. Skakani.
Judge, may I have, I think as we spoke about it in chambers.
In chambers, yes.
Yeah. The answer I was giving in chambers is this. Volume 1 was those that were in the complaint. Means remember, when she lodged the complaint, she had particular pictures, and I dealt with that, messages and emojis,
Yes.
and excluded some.
Yes.
So the separation I was talking about was that volume 1 constitutes those
That she disclosed.
that she disclosed
Right.
first in the complaint.
Yeah.
The second one, I don't know how this happened, but the second one comprises all. It means it was put that way. That's volume 3. Now, I don't want to, the word is mixed. I don't know what's the problem with the word mixed, but
Just help me
they are
first before you
combined.
go there. What is your exhibit 2?
You mean our exhibit 2?
The course exhibit 2.
Okay, I'll see you later.
That was
Because yesterday we added exhibit 3. What is exhibit?
Exhibit 2 is the complaint that was lodged with Kutlwano, the one that went missing. That's exhibit 2.
Well, maybe I didn't pick that up correctly. In my exhibit, the impression I got, correct me. In my impression, exhibit 2 might have included that, but it included more than just that. What else did it include?
Just can I address this? Because
Yeah.
I think so that we don't, I think the team, I'm still lost because I haven't discussed with the team. Can we look at this? I know that it may feature maybe in the cross-examination, but to the extent that we separate this, may I say that we meet at some point and just deal with it and come back with, because I think there's even a difference about what volume 3 is, because I think volume 2 is a combination.
Chair, if I can add to that, I'm just a little bit worried about the language we're using and how it's reflecting what actually happened. It's not bundle. The first set of documents you have is what Ms. Mengo attached to her complaint. She had, as we now know, over 800 messages on her phone. She chose to attach some of them. And we can debate what she attached and what she didn't attach, but that's what you have in the first instance. She then gave her cell phone to the evidence leader when these proceedings got underway, and everything from there is now in bundle 3. That's every single one of the 800 plus messages. So I'm just concerned that there's an impression being created that she didn't disclose things. She gave her phone to the evidence leader, and that's why we have all 800 plus messages. But the first complaint, absolutely, she chose to attach some of those 800s. I just want to place that on record.
Yes, but when the language is used to say she did not disclose some, it is with reference to the fact that when she attached those messages to her initial complaint, she did not include others.
Yes, that's correct.
It's meant in that context.
Now, I understand.
Yes.
I want just for the record to be clear.
And then my impression went further to say that even before we talk about whether or not the expert later discovered them or downloaded them or whatever, even before we talk about that, the respondent presented a set of WhatsApp messages, which they said these were not included. That's my impression. And then, correct me again if I'm wrong, then they constituted Exhibit 2.
Yes, and they were in fact included.
They were part of...
They were there, that's why everything's in Bundle 3.
No, I'm still in Exhibit. They were included in Exhibit 2. What happened to them thereafter, I don't know, I can't tell. But if I were to go to Exhibit 2, I'll find a series of WhatsApp messages which allegedly the complainant did not include in her initial complaint. Am I wrong there?
Chair, you're right. I think we run the risk of, well, us, not the chair, of trying to argue what we would have had to argue. But you're right, Chair. We did put, and I did put to the witness in that context, that your original complaint excluded certain messages. And I put it to her because we take issue with the exclusion.
Yes.
Right. So they were separated. What I don't want is a debate here which seeks to argue that I don't want to reach the stage of argument, but as a matter of fact, I took issue with the fact that there was non-disclosure of some. And the issue I took was that, in fact, the question was, you chose to put some and not the others. What that means in argument is a separate issue, but I think as a matter of fact, that is what happened. She disclosed some and not others.
Which is why I kept on saying the messages which she allegedly excluded. It was to make sure that argument does not arise at this stage. I just want the factual state of affairs.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The factual state of affairs is that there was a separate set of WhatsApp messages which she allegedly had not included.
Yes, that's correct. I don't dispute that at all.
Yes.
Mr. Skakani is absolutely right. The point, Chair, sorry to interrupt you, Chair. The point is, as I understood your concern, was whether or not this witness had everything in front of her. And so that when the cross-examination...
Can we be more specific?
Yes.
The question is whether the witness had also those WhatsApp messages which were allegedly not included. That's the question.
Yes. And as I understood it, and I thought Mr. Madonsela agreed with me yesterday, she does have everything. But if that's not correct, then it must be given to her. As from our position, as we understand it, she has been given everything.
Well, to come back to Advocate Skippers, were they also part of Volume 3?
Yes.
And when the witness dealt with everything that was in Volume 3?
Yes.
Including those?
Yes.
Full stop. Yes. That's what we want to know. The only complaint that I have is that you'd have made our task better and easier if you had continued to separate them. Let those that were in Exhibit 2 remain there, and then when the witness deals with those that were attached to the complaint, the witness will deal with them. And then when you cross that bridge to go and deal with those that were in Exhibit 2, then tell us, to assist us to say, now I'm dealing with those that were allegedly not included in the initial complaint. That didn't happen. Our minds were not alert to that. My mind was not alert to that. And so anyway, we will still throw the ball back to you anyway. When you draw your heads of argument, we are going to ask you to separate that, possibly. So let's leave it at that. We are told that all those messages have been given to Dr. Docret. She has gone through all of them.
That's correct.
Thank you. The next thing that we've got to deal with is, which is on record, must be tidied up. We thought we asked you to go and think over about how we could conduct secure the virtual hearing regarding witnesses in the Eastern Cape and how the venue could be secured. You did not come back to us, and we didn't follow it up yesterday because we were told by the Office of the Chief Justice staff that is it the JSC or Office of the Chief Justice? Who are you? Dimagato? Sorry? Of the tribunal, but you are attached to the JSC, not the OCJ. Yes. All right, yes. The reason why we didn't make a follow-up on the homework that we had imposed on you is because the staff of the Secretariat of the Tribunal told us that that would not be necessary anymore to pursue that aspect because an arrangement has, after all, been made to fly all those witnesses to here. And we talked about it this morning. It seems the parties had together with the JSC, had so agreed. But we just want, as members of the tribunal, that we are not convinced that the course chosen is the most cost-effective one. And we have reservations about the issue of costs relating thereto and the justification of those costs. We have reservations about that. But we leave the matter there for now and see whether it will work as long as that reservation has been made by the tribunal. Because we are not convinced some good reasons exist for abandoning the course that we had asked you to go and think about. Thank you. Advocate Skippers.
Thank you, Chair. The witness that was in the witness seat yesterday is still there, and she's being cross-examined by Advocate Maronsela. Dr. Docret.
Dr. Docret, you are still under oath. I think we should say that to refresh it. You are still under oath. Mr. Maronsela will wait until I get my exercise book.
Chair, can I please request you, as you look for documents, to also pull out volume 1, which I will be referring to.
Volume 1.
In particular, page 150, which is the respondent's bundle. Sorry, the respondent's response to the complaint. The respondent's complaint, the respondent's answer to the complaint, which is at page 50 of volume 1. Sorry, 150.
Page
150. And then might I also ask that the witness be favored with that page or volume?
on the screen.
No, physically. Do we have an extra code? Do you have an extra code?
Oh, we gave it to them.
We gave it to them. Did they give you the extra code? Volume 1? No, that's the volume 1. The one with the complaint. Now I'll do this for expenses. And then two.
Mr. Matunsela, volume 1 of what? Of the applicant's volume or your volume of your bundle?
The volume 1 that I'm referring to is the volume with the complainant's complaint, the tribunal's bundle.
Oh, thank you.
I'll hear the indication from the chair if I'm ready, if I should proceed. I'll hear from you, chair, if I have to proceed.
Yes, sir. I think you can proceed.
Doctorate, good morning.
Good morning.
If I was to orientate you, the document that has been placed before you is an affidavit deposed to by the respondent, J.P. Mbenenge. It's at page 150. Are you there?
Yes, I've got it open.
It is a response to Ms. Mengo's complaint. And that complaint dealt with, amongst other things, the WhatsApps which you referred to yesterday. And those WhatsApps have in them emojis, which I will bring to your attention in a moment. For purposes of the exercise, can I also ask you to put your page, your finger at page 39
Is this of the same bundle?
of the same bundle? Yeah. So please don't have two pages opened up.
Just to confirm, you said page 39.
Page 39 is. So the exercise is about comparing the complaint and the answer by the respondent and what the respondent was answering to. Are you with me?
Yes, I'm with you.
Now, at paragraph 6.1, at page 149, over the page 250, the respondent is dealing with the allegations pertaining to the WhatsApps which are at page 39. Can you see that? And the occasion is when Ms. Mengo indicated to the judge, to the respondent, that she was going to be in East London. And there was an invocation of the biblical verse, remember that context in the WhatsApps. And more specifically over the page at paragraph 6.2. The discussion between the JP and Miss Mengo, the respondent and Miss Mengo, was the prospect of them being intimate. And JP answers that claim in page 150, paragraph 6.2. And he says, when I saw that Miss Mengo was not amenable to being intimate at that stage, I asked if she wanted mere friendship. Her response was to send a picture of a woman laughing, followed by a text with 3 rolling with laughter face emojis, saying she had no answer. And this conversation is in K3. Now, can I ask you then to go to K3, which is at page 43. Sorry, start at K2 and K3. Can you see that?
So is that from page 41?
Yes.
Where are we, Mr. Makasala?
We're at page K41 of volume 1. We're comparing it with N42, K3.
Yes.
And you see in that page, and we have seen at page 42, K3, there is a use of emoji there by the respondent at 2251 with rolling with laughter emojis. Can you see that?
Sorry, Advocate Manansela, do you mean the complainant?
The complainants.
Okay.
Are there?
Yes, I'm here.
And the context there is that the complainant, Ms. Mengo, utilizes rolling with laughter emojis and saying azikompendula. Can you see that?
Yes.
At 2255. What did you understand this to mean?
Chair, may I refer back to my notes on my laptop, please?
Oh, please
where
do.
I analyze the emojis. Because I cannot remember offhand specifically every comment that I placed when I went through the analysis. Unfortunately, I don't have a photographic memory, Chair.
Yeah, well, nobody does.
I accept it.
Are you wanting to comment on the emojis or on the printed message?
On the interpretation she places on the emojis.
Okay, all right. Well, if I have got to go with the doctorate to see what she said yesterday, I'll have to go to another volume, isn't it?
Yes. Volume 3.
I've got to go to volume 3.
And compare where these images are found to be found.
Yes.
Oh yes, yeah. Can I please? I thought it was too dexterous to ask you to have too many documents all over the show.
4 hands.
I was trying to. I can point you to the pages where these messages are found.
All right. We will also rely on on her.
Yes,
But we need to have
that reference.
that comfort of, as sitting members, as she refers to the volume, which we dealt with yesterday, also to have our volumes at hand.
Yes.
And
Can I ask?
my unofficial complaint is, why is these things are being dealt in this manner, so inconsistent? Why did we not stick to one set of pictures and deal with it all the time? Because I've got about 4 or 5 sets of identical WhatsApp messages in all sorts of files. Anyway, I wish, as we're doing this, we could have been dealing directly with the very file that Dr. Docret used yesterday,
Yes.
which will follow volume 3. But unfortunately, we'll have to be more than be ambidextrous. Right? You must bear with us.
I'll bear with you.
Now we're going to volume 3, because
Yes.
we must have it as the witness testified.
Yes.
Chair, I can assist. It's on page 1215 in volume 3.
Page 1.
1215.
Thank you. Dr. Docret, you have been able to locate your
Yes.
file and the notes.
Yes, Chair, I'm getting there because my version doesn't have any numbers on.
Oh.
Yeah.
Let me just see.
Okay, I am there, Chair.
And what time is sorry, Mr. Madonsela? The time of the message?
22:51.
22:51.
Yes. Please, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I'm saying the question is, what interpretation do you give to the use of the rolling on the floor with laughter emojis used in that context?
Chair, this sequence, we've seen from the complainant that she used the laughing tears of joy rolling on the floor emoji as an automated response. So this is consistent with that interpretation that I offered yesterday. Chair, we can also add that in this instance, within this context, she was making light of it by laughing, and she was laughing it off in response.
I'll come back to that interpretation you are placing on it. Can I also ask you to deal with the other rolling on the floor with laughter in the complaint and juxtapose that with what the respondent says about it? Can I ask you to go to page 147 of the affidavit of the respondent and direct your attention to paragraph 4.5.
Paragraph what?
4.5. Now, this is dealing with the very start of the conversation between the two, which is dealt with in the complaint, and the emojis and the messages sent between the parties, which form part of Annexure B4.
Sorry, Chair. What is Annexure B4?
Sorry?
What is Annexure B4?
Oh, no, at page 27 of the complaint. Page 27 of the complaint.
In this file?
That document, yeah. Volume 1.
Chair, those messages are also in volume 3, page 1159. That is on the 4th page of your
Okay, thank
WhatsApps.
you. Thank you, Advocate Skeppers.
Are you there?
Yes,
I'm
I'm there.
time to go.
No, I'm there.
As I recall, your interpretation of the emojis used by the complainant, if I use page 47, rolling on the floor with laughter, did you really calculate that? And then the monkey emoji closing its eyes at 1905. Can you see that?
Yes, I can see that.
That you interpreted to mean she was laughing it off.
That is correct.
Now, in the response by the JP, the respondent in this matter at page 147, paragraph 4.5, she gives an explanation as to what his understanding of the use of those emojis mean. He says, open quote, using 4 rolling with the laughter face emojis and an emoji depicting a monkey closing its eyes with its hands, both of which I understood to mean that Miss Mango was comfortable with and amused by the conversation. She jokingly asked me whether I had really calculated the age, to which I jovially responded with 4 rolling with laughter face emojis and by saying I was merely asking. Now, I suggest to you that the use of the emoji, rolling with laughter emojis, was understood by the respondent to mean somebody who's being jovial, comfortable, and joking about the conversation, in the same way that he used it in response to the complainant in that jovial manner. Will you have a problem with that proposition?
No, I don't.
And to the extent that both of them used it in that fashion, in a jovial manner, or being amused by it, you say it does not carry throughout all the messages.
No, because it would be context specific of what was happening at that time.
But when you prepared your report or your opinion or expert opinion, you did not have regard to the JP's response.
No, as I indicated yesterday, I had no sight of that.
Now, let's go over to another section dealing with this topic at page 148, dealing with another emoji. It's paragraph 4.10. Uh, this is now dealing with an emoji at B4, sorry, at B5. It's 1161. What is it?
Is that a volume 3?
Yeah, it in volume 3, it's 1161.
Advocate Skippers?
It's page 6 of your
Okay, thank
bundle.
you. Thanks.
Where is it? Now, at 4.2, 4.10, keep it. She deals with the winking emoji. The respondent is dealing with a winking emoji with the words "keep it that way." Can you see that? In response to "keep it that way."
I can see that.
It's about, the context here is about the JP saying, "What's your age?" And she's saying, "No, I'm behaving myself." And he says, "No, ukuziphatha kakuhle." And then she then responds at 1915 at page 1161. The JP says in relation to that emoji, in response to my comment that she should keep it that way, she sent me a winking face emoji, which I also interpreted to mean that she was amused by the conversation. Can you see that?
Yes, I can see that.
The point I'm making, sorry, before I put the proposition, what did you say this conveys? How did you interpret this one?
Chair, I interpreted that winking face emoji within that specific context to mean general positivity and agreement.
Agreement.
With warmth and affection.
Yes. Now, you see, there's a contrast between what you say and what the JP says. He says he understood it to mean amusement and conversation. Is that consistent?
Sorry, I didn't hear that, Advocate Manatsela.
The JP's interpretation of that emoji is that he understood it to mean that she was amused by the conversation. The question to you is that interpretation by the JP consistent with your interpretation?
It's not consistent because the winking face emoji doesn't show amusement, it shows agreement.
Yes. Can we just pause there a bit? The winking emoji, as it is dealt with in the Unicode that we dealt with yesterday. Do you have the Unicode in front of you? Have you got the winking? Have you got the winking with the Unicode with you in front of you?
Well, where do we find it, Mr. Matansela? Because
It's Exhibit 3, which we entered yesterday.
yes, but where? Which page or which
I'm going there.
item?
It's number 12.
Item 12. It is described, it is associated with the emotions or expressions flirt, heartbreaker, sexy, slide, tease, wink, winking, and winks. Does that accord with your interpretation of what you placed to the winking emoji?
Chair, when I testified yesterday, I explained that each emoji has a specific meaning, but it would be context specific in how we interpret it. So I would agree that my interpretation to say this was agreement, the winking face emoji was agreement with warmth and affection, would correlate with the keywords prescribed with what Unicode said. Because on the Unicode document that I have in front of me, Chair, you will see that it says other keywords. And these emojis, as I understand it, and from the research that I've conducted, need to be interpreted within the context of which it's being applied.
But the question to you is it consistent with your, is the meaning that you attach to that emoji consistent with the words associated with it in code?
It's consistent with the wink and the winking.
And is it consistent with the JP's understanding that it means amusement? Or rather, being amusement with the conversation?
No, it means agreement.
Agreement.
Yes.
We will come back to what the complainant attaches to it, because there seems to be some divergence of views about what it means. The point I'm highlighting that it means different things to different people. It means something else to you. It means one thing to DP. It means something else to the complainant. And I'll ask the questions in the context of those different interpretations placed in the emoji. Ultimately,
Sorry, before you go there, maybe, these things are broad. I think it's unlikely that two people, let alone five people, agreeing on the interpretation of a particular emoji. It's unlikely they will use exactly the same language. They'll use different languages, perhaps words even, although expressing a common sentiment, but they won't use identical terms or terminology. It's unlikely. But what I can perhaps just ask, accepting that people will use won't use identical words, maybe what you should ask is, looking at the words that are attached to by Unicode, looking at those words in the relevant column, do you have a problem with any one of those words?
In this context, Chair, the complainant, from my interpretation of this emoji, was not using it to tease the respondent. There's the word tease. There's also the word slide. There's also the word, Chair, heartbreaker, which I wouldn't associate in this context with this specific emoji, how it was used.
Flat?
Yes, Chair, because I did say yesterday that it was warmth and affection. So we can associate the word flirt with this specific response and how it was used in this context.
And of course, as you keep on saying, context is important.
Yes, Chair.
Yes. All right. Okay. Mr. Madonsa.
yes. If we go to page 149, and can you not waste of the volume 1? That is the respondent's answer to the complaint, and I'm taking to paragraph 6.1 again. that East London interaction. Right at the bottom of that page, he says, Miss Mbenenge informed her that she was going to be in East London, and I asked her if we could be intimate. Her response was to quote a biblical verse, but at the same time attached two emojis depicting a monkey closing its eyes with its hands, which I understood to be flirtatious. Now I ask you again, is that within the realm of the words associated with the monkey closing its face or its eyes? Is that emoji consistent with flirting?
Advocate Manansela, please can you tell me which page it's on so I can refer back to my notes, please?
We're at it one.
Just go to 1208, just confirm if that is the page that you are referring to, and that would be your page 53.
Yes. Now, if you are there, can I ask you also to have, if I ask you to be ambidextrous, to go to the code and look at the monkey face Unicode description? At item 128. So you described this to mean what?
I described it, Chair, to be embarrassment and shyness.
And it is consistent with the Unicode.
It's consistent from what I see, Chair, on the page in front of me. The first keyword is embarrassed.
It is inconsistent with what the JP ascribes it to.
That is correct.
We will see what the complainant says it is about in a moment. And then we move on to page 159.
Of which bundle?
Of volume 1, sorry.
151 or 159?
159. Paragraph 28.3 and 28.4. Now, in that paragraph, we're dealing with the event of 18 September 2022, where the complainant was complaining about the workload and what was happening at work, and they exchanged messages dealing with their feelings at the time. And those WhatsApp chats appear in the complaint can you please assist me, Ms. Keepers, in volume 3?
I'm searching for it.
What are we looking for?
No,
Maybe
I'm
I
just
can
waiting.
assist.
I'm just waiting for Ms. Keepers to assist me with to be found in volume 3.
And who says I can assist you?
Sorry?
Who says I can assist
Oh,
you?
oh yes, teachers, we can.
What are you looking for?
I was looking for someone with a computer.
I lived in the
Sorry,
time where
Chair.
there were no computers. So what are you looking? Maybe I can assist.
It's that interaction about Magusete and the emojis. Yeah? The emojis, the messages about Magusete and Zwe. Chair, I can go to the complaint and I can do the more dexterous way. I don't want to. I can do. Let me do that, perhaps. The subject of the complaint that is being dealt with there is to be found in the emojis. Okay. It's page 173 of the complaint.
Chair, that one is not in volume 3. I see that one that was provided by the JP. So that one is not part of the initial complaint from the complainant as well as volume 3. So this witness did not have that one.
Page 173 of volume 1.
Yeah. Well, Dr. Docret, it seems as though you didn't have that.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes.
Well, we can let that pass.
Yeah. Before you let it pass. Are there any others which were not there? Is it the only one which was not included from the respondents' bundle, or are there others? Which takes me back to what I raised this morning. And this question is directed to both parties. Because Advocate Skippers now says to me, this was not included in the bundle that was given to the witness, and it was one of those that were handed in by the respondent. And I thought an hour ago, I was assured that everything was included in the bundle that was submitted to the witness. Everything as including those WhatsApp messages which had not been included by the complainant initially, but were later put in by the respondent.
Yes.
And which is the issue that I raised this morning repeatedly. Now it transpires that, in fact, contrary to what we were told, that everything was included, we are confronted with something which was not included. And the question is, how many others then were not included and therefore not given to the witness?
Yeah, there's another one at page 167, which I was going to deal with, and I was going to let pass because it was not given to the witness. But it is in the respondent's response.
Yes, but,
Which
but
page?
that shouldn't be. I don't know whether what you're suggesting, Mr. Madamazela, is the solution. It may result in us excluding important evidence which should have been included. Maybe a solution lies elsewhere. Maybe a solution lies in us going back just to make sure that indeed everything was included, and if we do find that there are indeed others which were not included and therefore not submitted to Dr. Dockery, then they be submitted to her.
Yeah.
Maybe that's where the solution is. Did I interrupt you, Advocate Skipper?
I just wanted to clarify which page they indicate are not part of the ones.
As also not being included.
Yes.
Advocate
What was the other
Madonsela?
page?
It's page 167, paragraph 43
Of volume 1.
of volume 1.
That one is there.
I don't understand. Page 167.
167, paragraph 43, right on top of the page.
Oh. You were saying, Mr. Madonsela?
I was saying that there is an emoji referenced in paragraph 43 of the respondent's response at page 167, paragraph 43, with reference to an emoji exchanges between him and the complainant.
And you were suggesting that the relevant WhatsApp message was not submitted to Dr. Dockery.
But I think Ms. Kepes has now indicated that it is there.
Maybe, yes, I think she said so.
It is there. It is on page 1273.
1273.
Yes.
Now, as we go there, can I just give you the indication? Something I wanted to highlight to you is that in that exchange, Miss Mengo sent a message with an emoji closing its eyes, and the respondent gives an interpretation to it and says it gave him the impression that the chats were unwelcomed. I just want to ask for a comment. To what conclusion do you reach about that emoji?
That's on your page 121.
Thank you.
It's 1273 of volume 3.
1273.
Yes. What do you say about it?
Chair, I interpreted this emoji to mean shyness and embarrassment within the context of this part of the conversation.
And is it inconsistent with the interpretation that the respondent placed on the same emoji, in your opinion?
To my understanding, Chair, when I look at paragraph 43 and what the respondent wrote about it being unwelcome, if I was to look again at this emoji within the context that I interpreted it as shyness and embarrassment, I would say that it was unwelcomed.
So you have a different interpretation.
Yes. Based on my interpretation that this emoji meant shyness and embarrassment on the complainant's part, Chair.
So now let's move on now to the other segment of this interaction with you. Chair, I'm now moving to the topic where I deal with what the complainant attached to certain emojis. And I ask you, Chair, to put away the other documents, volume 1, and then I will deal with other documents very briefly. And I've taken guidance to what you said yesterday. I don't want you to go through the entire transcript. I'll do a selected messages. And for that purpose, I thought it was probably prudent and expedient that I should pull out the relevant pages of the transcript of Ms. Mengo's evidence and place them before you for ease of reference. But otherwise, they are there in the transcript. And with your permission, Chair, can I share that with the tribunal and the witness for the purposes of the exercise?
Do you, well, within the context of what we discussed yesterday,
Yes.
what is the purpose of that?
The purpose of this exercise is to put to this witness the meaning which Ms. Mengo, the complainant, who wrote the emojis, if it's writing the emojis, ascribed to those emojis. What she herself thought she was conveying when she inserted those emojis.
Okay, right. I understand. You want, all you want to do is to put Ms. Mengo's own interpretation of those emojis to the witness.
Yes.
Yes. Understand that.
May I please then, Chair, distribute those the relevant pages of the transcript for that exercise.
So you said we could comfortably put away all these files in front of us for now?
Yes. So for so long.
Perhaps retain only volume 3?
Yes, retain volume 3. Where is mine?
I guess.
What did you do?
Before
No, I did not.
Mr. Madonsela,
Chair.
before you embark on that exercise, you remember the important point which Dr. Docret made yesterday, that I'm not here to disagree on the interpretation of the emoji. I'm not here to disagree with the interpretation placed on it by the author.
And she will defer.
She will defer.
In other words, the complainant's one will trump over hers.
Correct.
That's the
you are
point.
mindful of that.
That's the point I'm making. exactly the point.
And notwithstanding that, you want to go through, you want to take her through.
The point I'm making, as I said to you, Chair, yesterday, and you said it might be a very tedious exercise and a lengthy one. And I took guidance and instructions, and I do not propose to go through the rest of them. I just want to make examples of one or two, just three of them, to make a point. And then I can do the...
To make a point which Dr. Doctor doesn't dispute.
Well, no, yes, to make the point, to place on record what Miss Mango had already, the meaning, the absurdity of Miss Dr. Doctor's explanations about what the emojis mean.
She has, Miss Mango has already put them on record, which is why you are showing us the record. It's because her answers are already on record. Which record you copy and give us to us? Is it not sufficiently on record? You want this record to be put on record?
I want this
because Mrs. Mango's interpretation of emojis, she has already put on record.
Yes.
The interpretation of emojis. And Dr. Docret said, it's not for me to disagree with the interpretation because she's the author. Dr. Mango. Dr. Mango has already put this, she has already put her own interpretation of the emojis on record.
Yes.
Which record you copy it and you're giving us, to give to us.
Yes.
And then you want to put that on record.
No. Can I clarify, Chair?
Please.
I want to put the interpretations and meanings ascribed to the emojis by Ms. Mango to the emojis for Doctor's comment on them.
All right. You know your
one or two.
You know your own case better than I hope. I can never hope to know. So
yes.
We won't stop you if you feel that you need to make that point.
Yes.
Thank you. Proceed.
Can I ask you to go to the first page? And I want to suggest to you, and our learned friends will not dispute this because it's on record. At page 66, the first page of the extract, Mango deals with the laughing emojis in the paragraph at line 19 to 20. And this was the emoji which we have just dealt with when they were talking about age, with four laughing faces. And say, did you really calculate my age? Can you remember that? You say it was said in a joking manner. She says, in evidence, the reason I sent that emoji is because it was out of shock. In other words, she was expressing a sentiment or a feeling of shock. Can you see that?
Yes, I can see that.
And according to what we discussed yesterday, you defer, and her explanation of that emoji should trump your one, not so?
It should, because she's the author.
Yes. Let's go to another one. At page, Chair, I won't bore you with page 78.
Please don't.
In the extract, At this moment, she was dealing with, again, laughing emojis, laughing on the floor.
Is that page 78?
Page 78, yes.
Thank you.
Right at the bottom line 23. she was here dealing with that WhatsApp image with 4 rolling emojis and fingers crossed. You remember that you dealt with yesterday?
Can we be referred back to the page, Chair, in volume 3 so I can go back to the emoji, specific emoji, please?
1162.
It's on your page 7.
Thank you. Advocate Skeppers, are you sure it's page 7 of mine?
Sorry?
Sorry, Chair, it's not reflecting on page 7 of mine. I just wanted to ask Advocate Skeppers. My apologies, Chair.
Yes, that's the one with the, if I'm correct, that's the one with the 5 laughing emojis
Sorry.
and the fingers crossed. Is that the one that you are referring to, Advocate Madonsela?
Yes.
The 4 laughing emojis and the fingers crossed?
Yes, that's the one.
It's at 1919.
Okay, I see it.
So she says, with reference to these emojis, she says she sent them because she was surprised. She was expressing surprise. And you say you were wishing for it. Crossing the finger means wishing for it.
Sorry, Mr. Madonsela, but just over the page, she said, secondly, then I placed a crossed fingers emoji. Now, to me, that emoji says truly, really.
Yes. So in other words, you're saying you're wishing for it, and she's saying, with reference to the cross finger, truly, really.
Chair, I cannot argue with the interpretation placed from Ms. Mbenenge because she was the author. This is my interpretation, Chair, as I explained yesterday, with the sequence and the response within the context.
And again, you defer on her.
I do.
Let me take you to the last one, for purpose of the exercise. Chair, this is the one that you'll find. Is at page 2. And it's in the one, two, three, from line 5 to line 10. It's page 2 of the extract. It's the page 2 on top. Are you there? Are you there? And in volume 3, it's page 116.
That would be on your page 10.
Thank you.
Yes, she was here dealing with the emoji with a winking face. You remember that the emoji? And you said about it.
Sorry, Advocate Madonsela, to interrupt you. Is that at 2028?
Yes, 2028.
Okay.
Yeah. Now you interpreted that emoji to mean that the person expressing that emoji was being flirtatious, as I recall your evidence.
Yes, Chair, I interpreted that emoji within that specific context and the time of the conversation to mean general positivity, and I said that it was flirtatious.
In her evidence, she said just the opposite. She said, when I was inscribing that emoji, and if the JP was in front of me, I would have said, and then the interpreter attempted to give a description of what would be an expression of disgust.
No, that is not correct. She testified in that page 2, line 9. It meant it is fine when he said nice. She described that.
No, my understanding is that she said we can. If she said.
Sorry, Advocate Madonsela, I'm completely lost. Which page are we on from your handout?
It's page 2 on top. It's page 2, line 5. According to my understanding, those emojis, they mean nice. If I was looking at him, this is now in relation to this response, I would have said.
That is not on my page 2, Chair.
Mr. Madonsela, can I try and help? I think
Yes.
it does say 2, but it's not the second page. So it's page 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the 5th page in the bundle.
Thank you. Okay, I'm on the same page as you.
Yes, I'm saying to you, I don't know whether it's an objection what my friend is putting it. I'm saying to you, the witness with reference to this emoji of a face with a winking said she was conveying an expression, and she said if she was to be saying this to verbalize what she was meaning with this emoji, she would say, which I interpret to be an expression of disgust.
Chair, that is not correct. The witness testified. She explained that because I wanted her to explain what she meant by that clicking sound. And in line 9, she's describing it. It means it is fine when he said nice. She doesn't say that it was disgust because I asked her to explain what she meant by that clicking sound.
He says.
That's his interpretation.
He says. To him, he would say it's a disgust.
But that's not what he's trying to tell the witness what the complainant meant by using the emojis. She explained what she meant by that. So we cannot use Advocate Madonsela's interpretation of what it meant.
He qualified it and said, as a prelude to his question, he says, for my part, I would interpret it this way. Don't worry about his part. It's not the witness. He says, for my part, I would interpret to be disgust. And then he goes on to deal with what the witness said. Isn't that so?
No, he stopped by saying, I interpret it as being disgust.
Mr. Madonsela, speak for yourself. I really don't
Yes,
understand.
can I maybe ask the question again? Maybe
Yes,
I'll
please.
clarify myself.
You are wasting more time. Yes, please.
Yes, because I'm finishing on the topic.
No, I'm not saying you should finish the topic if you are not ready to finish the topic, please.
Dr. Doctorate, when the witness testified on this emoji with a face winking, she was asked what it means. And then she said, in the record, and I'm talking about line 1, 2, 3. According to my understanding of those emojis, they mean nice. And then she continued and said, and if I was looking at him, this now, in relation to this response, I would have said, and then she then made a click sound of as an expression of the feeling that she was feeling when she sent that emoji. Now, if I'm correct that feeling of, this expression of feeling by Nxa means disgust, if I'm correct in that interpretation, I am prepared to defer to the Ms. Mengo's expression of that feeling in the way that I describe it.
Chair, I'm not.
I think your objection will be justified this time.
Thank you, Chair.
Well, if it's objection, my lord, can I move on to the other topic? Let's not waste time, as you say, Chair. Let's look to the last one, the last page. In volume 3, it's page 1259.
One,
1259, and it's the last page of the extract that I've given to the tribunal.
Page 104.
Thank you.
This is about that syringe emoji. The context in which this discussion was taking place is that Ms. Mango was saying, "Oh, I'm just troubled here at work, I'm not feeling well." And then the emoji, the JP used an emoji with a syringe. And then you, in your testimony, says the use of that syringe was sexualized because it means a male private part. Not so?
That is correct.
Now, in her understanding of that use of emoji, Ms. Mango gives the description at line 21. She says, "I took that to mean that he wants me to heal."
what's that? Last page.
The very last page.
Thank you.
That is at odds with your interpretation, not so?
That is correct.
And for that purpose, you deferred to her understanding.
Yes, Chair, I interpreted this again within the context of the text chain that was happening at the time. I did say yesterday as well, Chair, when I was giving evidence, that the syringe can be used for a standard meaning or two different meanings in the medical terms or purpose context, and it can be used as denoting the penis.
But of course, for the record, in terms of the Unicode, in item 1376, the syringe is associated with doctor, flu medicine, needle, shot, six syringe, 2 vaccination. So it's
Sorry, which page is that, Advocate Manatela?
it's item 1376.
Item 1.
1376 of the Unicode.
Mr. Madonsela,
Yes.
if it is convenient for you,
I
at
was
this
go-
stage we can stop. I'm not pushing you to stop. With what you
I've
wanted
finished
to
this topic. I was going to ask that we take a tea break so that I move to another topic before I wrap up on this topic.
do. Yes, we will come back at 20, just after 22. Thank you. We adjourn until 22.
It is a bit
Advocate Madonsela. Before you start, as it is my wont, I'll go back to the point that I've been saying all along. Given the fact that we have just picked up one WhatsApp message which was not dealt with, was not given to Dr. Docret. I've always been asking whether all the WhatsApp messages were given to Dr. Docret, because while it is the responsibility of the evidence leader to make sure that all the evidence is adduced, I must say that the respondent, having submitted those WhatsApp messages which were allegedly not disclosed by the complainant, should respondent's expert, which is Dr. Mello, seek to, when dealing with emojis, if he's going to deal with emojis, should he seek to deal with emojis on WhatsApp messages which had not been submitted to Dr. Docret? There may be a problem. So the final responsibility, well, maybe not final, but the responsibility lies on not only Africa skippers to make sure that all material is placed before the court, but there's also a special responsibility on those who have sought to submit WhatsApp messages to the court to make sure that those WhatsApp messages with emojis had been submitted to Dr. Docret, so that Dr. Mello should be allowed to deal with them. I can't be clearer than this, and I promise not to go back to this point again. Advocate Madonsela.
Thank you, Chair, members of the panel. Dr. Docret, can I please ask you to go to volume 3, page 1170. We know that these are the documents that you were given, that you had regard to.
Sorry, Advocate Manansela, is that the same page dealing with the syringe?
No, 1170 in volume 3.
Advocate Skippers, do you have the page number, please?
Page 15.
Thank you.
Your page, Mr. Madonsela, please.
Yes.
Volume 3, page
1170.
Yes.
Now, in this segment of the interaction of our discussion, Dr. Doctorate, I just want to put certain perspectives and context, because you said context is everything in the interpretation of emojis. And the purpose, as I go through one or two of the incidents I want to deal with, I want you to indicate whether the meaning that you attach to the emojis is consistent with the context in which the discussion was ongoing between the complainant and the respondent. Understand?
I understand.
Now, in 1170, and I'm focusing at the message from Ms. Mengo at 2110, which was not dealt with you during the examination by Ms. Skippers. That message says, Yazbamna kandifuna imali uzandinika, which is interpreted to mean, oh yes, you know Xhosa. You know Xhosa, don't you?
Yes, I do.
What does it mean?
Sorry, I'm just trying to get it.
Oh, sorry.
You want me to provide the English translation?
No, I just want you to see, because it's going to come up later whether you understand Xhosa and the
Do you
use
know
of which.
that when I want money, you will give it to me?
Okay. That's actually quite accurate.
Okay.
I will test you more later on some other aspect. Yeah. Now, the context here is in relation to what one might call a salacious discussion about exchanging pictures. Have I given you enough pictures you want? I'll do 50%, you do more. And that's the context which was given during the evidence in this case. Now, in this context, she makes this suggestion. Ms. Mengo makes the suggestion to the judge president. You must understand that if I want money, you'll give me money. And then she ends that message with a monkey closing its eyes. In your interpretation of the emoji, what does this mean? What does it say?
Chair, in this context, I interpreted the emoji as I gave evidence yesterday to mean shyness and embarrassment on the part of the complainant.
So she was being shy about the suggestion that she was making.
That is how I understood it, Chair.
And and she was, is it not correct to say that she was entertaining the discussion about the exchange of pictures in context?
She was responding.
That's not the question. The JP says, I understood the monkey emojis to mean somebody who's flirtatious. In the documents that I've dealt with before T. Here is a discussion entertained by the Miss Mengo about them exchanging pictures and she giving some portions of the pictures and half not being there. And then she springs up this suggestion or comment in the middle of the discussion saying, you must understand that I also want money. You'll give me money if I want it. And punctuates this comment in that context with the monkey emoji. Is that not consistent with flirting?
I don't want to misunderstand your question, Advocate Madansela. Are you asking me that if this monkey emoji constitutes flirting? within the broader context or within this specific part of the conversation? Chair, I'm sorry, but I just want to be clear before I answer.
No, I'm saying you said in your testimony, when you interpret emojis, you factor in context. In fact, almost as an overriding consideration to interpretation. And I'm asking you, in the context of this discussion, does the context of the noted discussion about exchanging pictures between Ms. Mengo and JP and punctuating that comment about being Ms. Mengo, wanting money, or you, JP, going to give me money if I want it, and then punctuating that with a monkey closing its face. Is that inconsistent with JP's understanding of the use of emoji as being flirtatious?
Chair, I would disagree that it was being flirtatious.
Is the discussion about exchanging pictures not a naughty discussion?
It is.
And then why do you put a monkey emoji in the middle of the discussion?
This monkey emoji, Chair, as I testified yesterday, was used in contradiction to the context of the conversation.
It was contradicting what? I don't understand.
Advocate Madansela, you said that it's flirtatious, the conversation, and I agreed with that. That was happening regarding the exchange of the photos and the discussion about money. And now Ms. Mengo has placed the closing eyes emoji here, which I interpreted as shyness and embarrassment on her part. Shyness and embarrassment I accorded Chair as a meaning and interpretation based on that specific statement, taking into account, yes, the context, to mean that, I'm asking for money. So I'd close my eyes while asking for it.
No, I'm saying she's contradicting what?
So the emoji, the function of the emoji, Advocate Madansela,
Is contradicting what?
is contradicting her asking for the money. It's not a correlation. So if you were asking for money, for instance, you'd use the money emoji. It would be a reinforcement. In this instance, it wasn't. The monkey emoji here, and I maintain my interpretation, Chair, was used as embarrassment of, I'm asking for money.
So she was contradicting her message. She was saying I want to know what she was saying to the JP in your interpretation by that emoji. She was saying to the JP, I want money, but then she was contradicting that message by saying, I don't want it.
No, the use of the emoji, Advocate Madansela, is contradictory to what the complainant wrote there. It doesn't correlate.
So we must say it says something that she did not state.
I don't know what Ms. Mengo testified to with why she used this specific emoji.
But we have context. We use context to interpret. Why do you have a difficulty with this one?
This is my context of how I would interpret it, Chair. That it was shyness and embarrassment on the part of Ms. Mengo, if I'm reading it within the specific context. If we apply the functions of the emojis that I walked the panel through yesterday, Chair, then we would assign a specific function in this case to mean that it's contradictory, because it doesn't correlate to show shyness and embarrassment given the context of the discussion which the complainant was entertaining, which I've already agreed to, that the conversation was flirtatious, Chair.
Sorry. I thought that The context is that she was asking for money.
That is correct. That's how I understand it, Chair.
Yes. And the emoji expresses embarrassment.
That is how I interpreted it, Chair. She was embarrassed to ask for the money.
Yes, but what I don't understand is the contradiction. Because a person who asks for money has reason to be embarrassed. Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, I wish I had 1 million rands in the bank. I wouldn't be asking money from you. But oh, I'm sorry. I have to ask money from you. I don't see contradiction. All I see is some discomfort in asking money from somebody, some embarrassment. I don't see how contradiction arises.
If you would apply the functions, purely apply the functions in this instance, not taking into account the context, Chair. That's why my answer to Advocate Madonsela was that I maintain the response that in my interpretation, taking into account the context, she was embarrassed to ask for the money, Chair.
We know that she was embarrassed. It's not surprising that she was embarrassed by asking for the money. But how does that give rise to a contradiction?
When we look at the...
to me, perfectly consistent. If I ask for money, I'm embarrassed. That's consistent. Where does the contradiction arise?
If we were to look at the definitions of the functions, Chair, that I provided yesterday, and specifically relating to contradiction and how the emoji is used, where it doesn't correlate with the sentiment that was being shared, that is how I would interpret it. My interpretation might be incorrect, Chair. We might disagree. I might disagree with Advocate Madonsela. He might disagree with me.
Okay, thank you.
I'll leave it for argument and move on to the other topic. Now, I'm still on context. Can I ask you to go to page 192? 1192. And my focus is on the messages with emojis from Ms. Mengo at 1733.
Sorry, Advocate Madonsela, I'm still waiting for the
It's
page.
on page 37.
Thank you.
Oh, so sorry. Thanks, Advocate Skips. Are they?
Yeah.
My focus is on that message. Again, this is the message. These are the messages you are not taken through by Ms. Skippers during your evidence in chief. It's a message at 1733. It's got hi or hi with 4 laughing emojis. Sorry, 5.
4 or 5.
5 rolling.
I did give an interpretation on this, Advocate Madonsela.
Yes, sorry. I'm saying the context to it, sorry. The context to it was not dealt with in the evidence. And my focus is really on the context. Now, the context of this discussion starts at 1190.
Page 35.
Thank you.
Well, maybe start more appropriately at page 1189. And they are talking here about. Let me give you the context as it's been dealt with in evidence, and it's borne out by the messages. The context here is them talking about the two of them getting warm It started at 17 times 1719 at page 1189. As long as it won't generate warmth, that is the JP. And then the Miss Mengo responds, how is that possible? And then the JP responds, well, it depends. Then comes an emoji message at time 1721 from Miss Mengo. Double laughing emojis and 4 monkey closing eyes emojis. And she says, I will see. Can you see that context?
Yes, I can see.
And those double emojis in your mind, they mean what? Laughing it off.
I gave evidence on this yesterday, and I said it was the automated response in terms of the laughing rolling on the floor. And we looked at the broader the sequence, and it indicated laughing and shyness, Chair.
Okay, we'll come back to that. And then over the page, then they talk about, please declare upfront, the JP says. And then she says, something are better when not said. Zawbon, in other words, we will see. And then to the question, I quick to met at 1730 at 1190, she says, it depends. And then later, 10 minutes or 11 minutes later, 1731, she says, I'm cooking. And then the JP says, I was thinking about it. It's 1191. She says, no, I'm cooking on the side. Then she continues. She says, oven temperature. That's now the Miss Mel was saying oven temperature. And then they go on with the discussion at 31 minutes past 5 in the afternoon. The JP sends the emoji with the laughing emojis. She responds with the monkey closing eyes and laughing. And that's interpretation, embarrassment, or automated messages for laughing it off. She says, I hear you. And then at 1732, can you see right at 1192, responding to the JP's message saying, if you happen to have melted step 1, they're talking about step 1, and she says, it would mean the marinade worked before the heat. And then the JP says, that's true. And then the JP says, if you happen to have melted step 1, and then says, tell me that year that you spoke about yesterday. Then she says, and the rolling emojis with the 4 laughing rolling emojis are put at 1733. Now, the context, as I put, if I suggest to you, was already here. If you agree with me, and please indicate if you don't, the context here was a sexual conversation.
Yes, Chair, it had sexual connotations, definitely.
And in the context of that sexual conversation, she sends this emoji of 5 emojis laughing and rolling on the floor. Do you still maintain that in the context of that sexual connotation, the rolling on the floor with laughter emoji was simply that, just laughing it off?
Yes, I maintain that it was joking and laughter. That's what I testified to yesterday.
Oh, well,
I said, Chair, that it was joking and laughter.
If it was joking and laughter, as you suggest, what it is not, and I'm just but maybe I should not ask the question. Let me deal with the other topic, just the last topic, then I round off with the question I want to ask you about the nature of the responses by the complainant to all these discussions, even the ones that were sexual. Let me deal with the last one. In volume 3, at page 1198,
Page 43.
Thank you.
again, this was not dealt with in your evidence. The focus is at 21:27, 27 minutes past 9 at night. Can you see that message?
The highball one.
Sorry?
The one that says highball. That starts.
Aibo, sabuela lapo. And later at 1199, purely because we
Yeah,
are
but
about
that
to
one was dealt with yesterday. The Ibo one was dealt with yesterday.
Oh, yes. Yes, that's true. But that's true, Chairperson. Can I just go a little back from to that discussion, but start elsewhere.
Yes.
It's 1195. The focus is at 1816.
Page 40.
Thank you.
Now, this is the one that was not dealt with in evidence.
The one, what time?
1195 from 1816.
1816. Oh yeah, I see that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, the context of what then was dealt with, which I pointed out at 1198, at 2127, actually deals with this because this is a response to that interaction. Now, the 1195 interaction deals with what was explicitly sexual discussion between Mengo and the JP. They were talking here about which position, there's a sexual positions basically. Then she says, in response to that, I will go with whichever position. And I'm just inserting that. But there's a word like surprise. You recall that interaction?
I am there.
Then in response, in that context, at 1198, at 2127, then you see the JP then goes back to that discussion about sexual positions. And then she uses this emoji with a monkey facing the face, closing the face. The point is, in the context of this discussion, we see the Miss Mango, if the interpretation of the monkey emoji is anything to go by, being in your interpretation embarrassed.
That is correct. At 2127, Chair, the use of the 4 closed eyes monkey emoji I interpreted yesterday to mean embarrassment on Ms. Mengo's part.
And then later in 1199, still discussing the same topic, then Mango, the JP says to Mango, we're about to land on the topic. Now the topic here is the sexual positions. Mango at 21:28 responds with the rolling with the laughter emoji ×4. What was she doing there in her interpretation?
It was hysterical laughter. That's what I interpreted to mean, Chair, which I said was her automated response.
Sorry, can you I didn't hear.
I interpreted yesterday, Chair, to mean hysterical laughter, which I said was Ms. Mengo's automated response.
So
Sorry, is that the 21-28 thing?
yes.
Thank you.
So in her interpretation, she was just laughing it off.
I said it was hysterical laughter, Chair.
Now,
I'm sorry, Dr. Doctor. My note also says you said it. She was laughing it off.
That is correct, with hysterical laughter.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, is it hysterical laughter or historical laughter?
Hysterical, Chair.
Spell it for me. Because I still can't tell.
Not historical, hysterical.
Hysterical.
Yes, hysterical.
Okay.
hysterical is really laughing seriously.
Rolling on the floor laughing.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
that's laughing, not just
Laughing
not
as
just-
in
not
laughing,
just-
Mr.
just laughing,
Madonsela.
but
Advocate Madonsela is laughing as in laughing.
As
What
in-
is it that you don't understand about laughing?
yes. So this last one, as I wrap up on this issue, at volume 3, 1205.
Page 50.
Thank you.
What page?
At page 1205, and my focus is #2224. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
This was not dealt with yesterday in the evidence. Let me give you the context. The JP, that is the respondent, uploaded a picture on his status. And Ms. Mengo responded to that status picture. And then she says to the JP's status picture, cute. And then it is accompanied with a monkey closing its eyes. So what do we say about this now? What is this?
I just want to make sure I've got the right emoji. 2224 cute, followed by the closed eyes monkey emoji. Is that correct?
Sorry? Yes. 2224. Now, what's the context of this? How do you contextualize this?
How would I
Emoji.
interpret this closed eyes emoji?
Yeah, against the word cute.
As shy and embarrassed to say the word cute.
She is embarrassed. The picture, her comment to the picture.
The word cute, yes. Using the word cute.
No. Can you understand my question? What embarrasses her? Is her comment to the picture or her use of the word cute?
Her use of the word cute in response to the picture. That is how I understand it, Chair.
And then the next message at 2225. She says to Justin Success, just a minute after that, she sends another message. She says, when? And then she punctuates it with the monkey closing the eyes. When? And that monkey. Und there's a shy. Make me shy. Is this not reinforcement?
That is reinforcement. She is using the monkey emoji closed eyes to show shyness and embarrassment. And that's reinforced, Chair, by the word shy within that sentence.
So she was engaging with the JP in the context of a historical, not hysterical, historical sexual discussion. And she was saying, if we were to read them holistically, she was saying, and even I'm engaging with you, I'm shy and I'm embarrassed by this. Is that not the theme that emerges from the messages?
That is how I understood it, Chair.
And if I may just deal with this aspect, the aspect that you dealt with, still in the context of a sexual discussion. You remember when we dealt with the 1215 chair, volume 3, 1215. And I don't want to go into details with it. Oh, you're waiting for...
It's page 60.
Thank you.
In the context of discussion, there was, as you explained, deeply, or one might call it lascivious. You remember the eggplant and the picture. That's the context. Again, she uses the monkey emoji at 22:49 in response to the interaction between her and the JP, where the JP says, "Oh, man, all what you want is just friendship," as it was explained. She just expresses herself with the emojis times 5 of monkey closing its eyes. Just embarrassment, not so?
That is correct.
Of course, and I just want your interpretation, but the JP's interpretation says she was being flirtatious or playing along.
My interpretation, Chair, the repetitive use of 5 closed eyes monkey emojis in that context would be she was shy.
And she uses the same laughing emojis in the context of a sexual discussion that I don't have answers, as the compendium at 22:25. What is it? Can I just move on to another one, just the final one? At 1257. Again, this one was not dealt with in the evidence.
Page 102.
Thank you. Did you say 102, Advocate Skippers?
1257.
The two are here talking about now what was deeply sexual again. And then let me just give you the context. this was now really a discussion that was explicitly sexual, talking about half insertion, and the JP says, no, we don't mind us having a superficial sexual act. What does she respond at 1932? What is Mengo's response at 1932 with reference to what was explicitly sexual? Can you just say it to us and interpret it for us? The emojis that are used there. 1932.
Oh, okay.
She uses two laughing face emojis with the tears of joy. Again, it's repetition, reinforcement, because there's two, so she's reinforcing it. It follows on the automated response where she continued laughing and making a joke of it.
Yeah, not finished.
She was laughing about foreplay kindles.
She responds. The JP says, do you want us to be superficial? You want us to be superficial? In other words, not deep insertion, half insertion. That's the discussion. She laughs. She reinforces by laughing it off on your understanding.
She's laughing.
And then she says, foreplay kindles.
She's not laughing it off in this instance. She's laughing and then she says, foreplay kindles. Chair.
Now, when does it change? It changes to being laughing it off and laughing.
When I look at the specific text,
where do you draw the line?
This is the text I'm looking at, Chair.
Sorry.
So you spoke simultaneously.
Yes.
And I think the transcriber of the records could have problems. Let's start afresh on that issue.
Now, I'm saying, when does it mutate from being laughing it off to just laughing?
It depends on the context, Chair.
But we know the context.
In this instance, she was laughing, Chair. She was not laughing it off.
And what is the impact or the import of the combination of laughing with foreplay candles in your interpretation?
My interpretation was that she was laughing and that it wasn't a sign of disagreement. That would be my interpretation, Chair.
It was not a sign of disagreement.
No, Chair.
It was a sign of what, if anything?
It was a sign of agreement to the conversation.
You see, sometimes when evidence is given in the negative instead of the positive, it's difficult to follow. Evidence is better followed if it's given in the positive, not in the negative.
It was a sign of agreement then.
If you say, I did not want to go home, it's better to say I wanted to go home.
And actually, this agreement, this engagement in the sexual conduct was actually preceded by another engagement which you dealt with in your evidence at 1246. (1246), 1246.
'91.
Thank you.
You remember that discussion about the assignment?
I have it in front of me.
Yes. Now, at 1951, Chair, the complainant uses the emoji with reference to her request that the JP should assist her with the assignment on GBV. And then she ends that request with a dot, 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 monkey face. And then she says, pretty, please. In other words, referring to the JP as pretty. Now, what do you make of the use of the monkey there with reference to JP as pretty?
Sorry, I'm misunderstanding Advocate Madansela. I don't want to give you the incorrect answer.
Sure.
Are you saying that pretty was describing the JP's appearance? Or pretty please, as in, pretty please, can you help me?
Well, I want you to engage in the interpretative exercise that you have been about and tell me, what do you make of the monkey emoji used with reference to the words pretty please, referencing to when Miss Mango references or talks to JP in those terms?
In this specific context and this specific message, Chair, Ms. Mengo is asking the JP to write the introduction, as I understood it, to her assignment. That was the context. And she was saying, pretty please, can you help me? So, pretty please. That's how I understood the phrase, pretty please. The closed eyes monkey emoji, Chair, followed after the ellipsis, the 3 points. And in that instance, she was asking shyly to say, please can you assist me, pretty please. That's how I would interpret that specific closed eyes emoji there, Chair.
Now, as I wrap up, sorry, Chair, can I just, I'm just about to wrap up. I'm just taking instructions.
No problem.
Sorry, Chair. Thank you for the indulgence, Chair. I nearly missed a part in the record, volume 3, which is also relevant to context. May I please, with your permission, Chair, and ask that the witness and the panel go back to 1229. Yes.
Page 74.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now this is very important. Now this is also very important in the use of emojis in context. And you must accept, for purposes of this engagement, that the parties, that is the complainant and the respondent were now engaging in outright sexual discussions. And I can take you if it's necessary, but I don't think it's necessary. She uses an emoji in response, in the interaction, sexual interaction with the JP. She says, right on top there, uyandiphazamisa and igazi lam liyatshisa ngoku. Mandiqale ndigqibe le. And then she uses monkey emojis. Let's interpret it. Can I please test you again?
You are disturbing me and I'm getting heated up. Let me finish first.
Ah, I'm impressed with that because it's probably better than mine.
Just go it slowly for me to write, because I notice I don't have that interpretation.
I must give the English again, Chair.
Yes, the English one a bit slowly so we can note it.
You are disturbing me. And I am getting heated up. Let me finish first.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Madonsela.
Yes. Now, what do you make of the use of the monkey emoji closing its eyes when she is saying to the JP, my blood is getting hot, woman?
She's shy and embarrassed. That's how I would interpret that within the context of that specific message, Chair. She's shy and embarrassed to be writing that. To say, my blood is getting hot.
Then they interact with the JP on this aspect again in 1948. It seems that the message she is now responding to is, before you focus on the studies, in other words, the JP says to her, before you focus on the charges, do something. I think we have an interpretation of that. Elsewhere, what would you say it means?
Sorry, I'm just trying to find the place.
Sure.
Is this the text message following the deleted messages? The three deleted messages?
That's the context, yeah. According to the evidence.
So am I correct, Chair, to assume that one of the deleted messages was before you focused on your studies?
Yes.
Because Chair, I cannot see the three previous deleted messages.
Sure, that's fine. It's on top of the message at 1848. Before you can see that? Before you focus on the studies, it's quick. Can you see that?
Yes, I can see, followed by the response starting with the three monkey emojis.
Yes, then he says, Tlalubawa.
Keep on drooling.
Keep on?
Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, yeah. Hlala ubawa. I like it that way. Kwenze ufike unomdla. In other words, the complainant was saying to the JP in that context, and I think the interpretation was, stay horny. I like it that way, so that you'll arrive here when you've got strength. Deeply sexual message from the complainant. Not so?
Chair, the interpretation was remain greedy or curious.
No, it can't mean that. Salaubawa. Salivating. There was also use of the word salivating.
That's what I have written down as well. Remained greedy or curious. That must have been the interpretation given.
In that whatever, remain wanting it. Let's put it that way, mildly. Salubawa. I like it that way. I like it that so that when you arrive here, you'll come here with all the strength in the world. Sorry, in the world is the, sorry, on the world.
So that when you arrive,
Here,
you will have interest.
interest.
That was what was interpreted.
No, this, yeah. So now, in this context, what is the emoji closing its eyes supposed to mean?
In this context, with this message, Chair, I would understand that the complainant is shy and embarrassed to be saying this, to be writing this specific message.
Yeah. Now, as I conclude my interaction with you, Dr. Can I ask you this from a perspective of being a linguist as well? Is it not the responsibility? Is it not a cardinal rule of communication which you linguists espouse, that it is the responsibility of the sender, the one person who wants to communicate, to make sure that the receiver of the message being communicated understand it clearly and succinctly, so that there is no doubt about the meaning that she or he wants to convey? Is that not the cardinal rule of communication?
I would agree with that statement, Chair.
And in this statement, in the emojis that we have gone through from yesterday till today, you have given us statements of the emoji communications. This is non-verbal communication through emojis, which indicate that Mango was conveying to the respondent that she was laughing things off. Is that so?
That is correct, Chair.
That she was embarrassed.
That is correct, Chair.
That, as we have now seen today, in agreement with sexual conversation. That's it.
That is correct, Chair.
Sorry, what is the last one? I was writing the others.
That she was in agreement with sexual conversation. And therefore, and in other instances, she was combining emojis to express contradictory messages, not so?
That is correct.
And I put it to you, and as we shall argue at the end of the case, that she did not at any point rebuff any sexual overtures from the respondent in the conversations between the two.
No, I would disagree with that. Because when I gave my evidence yesterday, Chair, there were instances in which I said that there was a specific, I think Advocate Skip has led me through the evidence when there was a sticker sent to say, no, Honourable Member, don't do that. Within that specific context. So it's not I can't give a blanket response.
I'll leave it for argument. Finally, just as I wrap up, it seems to me from the overview of everything that you have dealt with, and please confirm that you have expressed your opinion in this matter about the meaning of emojis. without having had sight or considered the entirety of the record forming the subject matter or the basis of your opinion. Not so?
I can confirm that, Chair.
That is, without having read the record, the expert, and you did not have the assistance of the record.
That is correct, Chair.
And that is a limitation on your.
The only data set I had, Chair, was the text messages, which I think has been referred to as Volume 3, or I think that is correct, that I had been provided with.
And just to repeat, at the risk of repeating myself, you did say to me yesterday, can you please just confirm, I didn't get to record it properly, that you have not had any interaction, rather an interview or a consultation with Ms. Mengo about her messages.
I have never met Miss Mengo. It's the first time I've seen her at this tribunal in person.
I have no questions.
Advocate Skippers.
Thank you, Chair. In your opinion, in this data set that you had in your possession, were the emojis used in a non-standard manner in the communication or in the standard manner like in the Unicode?
Chair, there were emojis in this data set that I analyzed that were not used in the standard manner as per the document in Unicode.
And what I understand from Advocate Madonsela's cross-examination is you have to interpret the emojis used by the standard meaning attached to it from Unicode. Is that correct? That's the gist of the cross-examination. That context is not important. According to you, what is important?
What is important is context, and to interpret, Chair, the emojis within the context of the communication.
Advocate Skippers. Advocate Madonsela has never said context is not important.
That's correct. Let me put it this way. To follow your opinion that emojis were interpreted in a non-standard way in the communication, it was put to you that the JP said that he took the monkey face emoji with the closed eyes monkeys as being flirtatious, that the complainant was flirting with him. According to you, you said it was embarrassment. Shyness.
That is correct, Chair.
Just turn to item 1 to 8 of the Unicode that was provided to you, Exhibit 3.
Sorry, what number, Advocate Skippers?
1 to 8. It's the monkey closing its eyes emoji.
I see that.
Now, if you look at the keywords, is flirtatious there in the keywords? Or flirt?
No, it is not.
So there it was used in a non-standard way, or interpreted in a non-standard way.
It was.
By the respondent himself.
It was. That is correct, Chair.
And one of those keywords there, in the second line, the second last one, what's the wording?
You mean the SMH?
No. And the last word in the keywords. In the second line of the keywords there,
OMG?
The second last one.
No.
No. So that is one of the meanings that's attached by Unicode.
Yes, that would be correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Advocate Butland.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Docker, just two very short questions. You've been through these 800 plus WhatsApps and have been taken through them in detail in the last 2 days. If you look at the way in which the respondent used emojis throughout these WhatsApps, would you say, in your in your expert opinion, that he had a good understanding of what he intended emojis to mean. And I'll tell you what I'm thinking of. We know, for example, that he used frequently the ear with the hearing aid when he was waiting and wanting a response. Would it then be fair to say that he had a good understanding of the emojis and what they were intended, what he intended them to mean?
Yes, I would agree with that, especially when you look, Chair, at the use of the eggplant emoji, the use of the peach emoji, the use of the banana emoji by the respondent. It was not used in a conversation or context discussing fruit and vegetables for consumption or for purchase. It was used for sexual connotations.
And did Ms. Mengo ever use any of those sexualized emojis, the eggplant, the peach that you described, and banana? Did she ever use any of those to initiate conversations, or in fact in any of the conversations?
Ms. Mengo did not, Chair, use those three specific emojis.
Thank you very much. No more questions, Chair.
Dr. Docret, may I refer you to bundle 3, page 1259.
Sorry, where is that?
Bundle 3, page 1259. In particular, time is 1940.
I'm sorry, I'm just waiting for the page number.
My apology.
Page 104.
Where the JP sends a message to say, I must come and give you a boost, and there's a syringe at the end.
Yes, I see that.
Yes, and you said, yes, and you said the syringe represents, in this context, a penis, correct?
That is correct.
I'm just interested in the response by Ms. Mengo. She says, when strong to stand on my feet. Can you interpret that in response to that particular sexual connotation?
Sorry, you want me to interpret when strong to stand on my
Yes.
feet?
What was she meaning? Yes. If there was any message from the JP, says, I must come and give you a boost. And we know that a syringe represents, according to your interpretation, a penis, not so?
That is correct.
Yeah. And then she responds to that particular sexual.
Yes.
Yeah. And she says, when strong to stand on my feet.
So he should come and give her a boost when she's strong to stand on her feet. That's how I would interpret it. And based on my interpretation, it would mean a sexual boost. Because of how I've interpreted the syringe.
Thank you. No further questions.
The message, 1940, is from who to who? On the same page. Thank you so much. Most welcome. Well, according to my notes, the message most welcome comes from the complainant. Am I right? Or am I wrong?
This thank you so much comes from the complainant. That one is at 1938, just before the one, I must come and give you a boost. That's from the complainant, and the respondent replied at 1940 to say, most welcome.
Who responds to say most welcome?
The respondent. The messages on the left-hand side is the ones in white is from the respondent, and the ones in green are from the complainant.
Thank you. Dr. Docret, I just want to go back to part of your evidence yesterday so that there is no misunderstanding. You, in the process of qualifying yourself as an expert in this particular category that you are, you said in the country, as far as you know, there are only 10 of you.
As forensic linguist, that's correct, Chair.
Yes. And I don't know whether this question was asked, but in any event, let me speak to impression that I got. You were asked, or it was insinuated in a question, whether Dr. Mello is one of the 10.
Yes, I remember that, Chair.
And you said he was not one of the 10.
I did say that, Chair.
By implication, you exclude him from the category of the expertise of the experts that you put yourself in.
That is correct, Chair.
And you explained the path you followed to qualify yourself to become an emoji expert of the nature that you are.
A forensic and legal linguist, Chair.
Exactly.
Yes.
Now, did you see a report by Dr. Mello or his qualifications, or you haven't?
No, I haven't.
So you can't say whether he's an expert.
I was told by Advocate Skeppers that he has qualifications in ICT.
Yes. As to whether he's an expert on emojis?
As far as my opinion is concerned, Chair, you have to be a forensic and legal linguist to interpret the emojis. You have to have competencies, research competencies and expertise from jury linguistics and semiotics and an understanding of sociolinguistics, Chair, as I explained yesterday, in order to be able to say that you're an expert to interpret emojis within this context.
Yesterday you conveyed the impression, tell me if I'm wrong, that in this country, experts in your category are only 10.
That is correct, Chair.
And they don't include Dr. Mello.
It doesn't include Dr. Mello, no, Chair.
Now, what I want to ask is this. Do you dispute the fact that other people following not the path that you followed to qualify yourself as a legal forensic something, other people can undergo some other trainings which can make them, in their own right, in a different way, emoji experts?
I would disagree with that, Chair. You have to follow the path that I have taken or followed.
But the path that you have, you qualified by forensic, paralingual, whatever, not paralingual, lingual, whatever. You attach it to legal qualifications.
The legal linguistics aspect, that is correct, Chair.
It's a narrow field, I think.
Yes, it is.
Now, I want to get this clarity from you. Do you dispute the fact that other people can acquire the expertise in relation to emojis in other ways? No one else can acquire expertise in relation to emojis except in the manner that you did.
I do, Chair.
Any questions following my questions to the witness?
Yes, just a few. Is there a difference to be an expert in understanding emojis and being an expert and in interpreting emojis in written text?
I think Chair, we all have an understanding of our own understanding of what emojis means. I think that is clear from the proceedings of the tribunal and my questioning. But in order to interpret the emojis within this specific context, you would need to have the requisite qualifications, which I have.
And if I can put to you the qualifications on the CV of Dr. Melo, would you be able to indicate whether or not this is sufficient to interpret emojis in the context of written text?
I would be.
He indicated, I studied computer science at Wits University.
Sorry to interrupt you. Don't you want to give the witness a copy?
I can give her a copy.
Of
It
the
is,
CV.
it is, I can give her a copy of that.
But I'm not calling at this stage. I don't think the tribunal has made up its mind to call Dr. Melo. There are people who might have wanted to call him. Mr. Who should I address myself to now that you are back? To Mr. Madonsela? Yes. Yes.
Chair, I didn't get the question.
No, you have no comment on what we've been discussing.
I thought I was going to. You had asked if we have questions, and the Malayan
Oh,
was
I
busy
see.
questions.
All right.
I was waiting
Yes,
for my
sir.
turn.
Oh,
I
all
thought
right.
it's my turn.
apologies.
I
I
thought we were
forgot
making
about that.
I thought we were making some other inquiry before I jumped into the issue.
Quite frankly, I think I should have given you the opportunity before I made further inquiries.
I don't know whether we were at that
So,
point. At that point
That
now.
said, it means you are given the floor
Thank you, Chair.
in relation to the questions that I put to the witness.
Yes. Is that I'm not sure whether Malayan friend had finished.
She has.
She has-
Because she was moving on to something else.
Yes. Can I then go on, Chair?
Yes.
Doctorate? I noticed that you have not been provided with the summary of evidence by Dr. Mello. You are correct when you say that it was indicated to you that he is an expert in ICT, which is Information and Communications Technology from VET. Are you able to dispute that that qualification in ICT enables one to have understanding about coding as a computer technology?
No, I'm not able to dispute anything with regards to coding, Chair.
And you are not in a position to dispute that coding is a process by which coding is a process by which emojis are created.
I'm not able to dispute that, Chair.
You are also not able to dispute that because of that understanding of coding of emojis, a person with expertise in ICT is able to determine whether the emojis as a function of coding is susceptible to what form of standardized interpretation from coding perspective.
I cannot because I don't know anything about coding.
And if, as we shall suggest, and this is clear from the expert summary of Dr. Mello, it is clear that he is also a member of the Unicode Consortium that is responsible, and an international organization responsible for guiding the platforms and application platforms like WhatsApp, etc., to standardize emoji. He's able to give an authoritative voice on that point.
From a point of coding?
Yes.
No, I cannot dispute anything regarding to coding.
No, from the point of standardization of emojis.
From a point of Unicode, no, I cannot dispute that.
Uh,
Thank you, Chair.
on the face of it, not just because it's already lunchtime, but on the face of it, Advocate Skippers, do you still feel the need to do what you thought should be giving the
No.
no. Because we shouldn't see a dispute where none exists. So I think this would be the appropriate time to adjourn. We should come back maybe at 2 o'clock, but unless anybody has got questions for Dr. Docret, maybe we should excuse her.
I agree with that, Chair.
Doc, where do you live? Oh, in the Eastern Cape.
Yes, Chair, that's correct.
Okay. All right. It's unlikely that we will have you back, but it may happen, you never know. Until that unlikelihood materializes, you are excused.
Thank you very much, Chair.
And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chair.
Some of us have learned a lot from you about the emojis.
I'm glad to hear that, Chair.
Thanks a lot. We'll adjourn. We'll come back at 2 o'clock. Advocate Madam Sela, the document that you gave us, the copy of the transcribed record, were you handing it as an exhibit?
I don't know how it can be treated. It's part of the transcript. I was just giving it to you for purpose of convenience. It does not have to be.
No, it doesn't. Then it doesn't have to be an exhibit.
Remember, Chair, you chastised me by saying I was placing on record that what is in the record.
Yes. So we don't need it.
You don't need it.
Fine. Ms. Moretti, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, President.
Is this the next witness?
She's indeed my next witness, Chair, Ms. Kutluane Felicia Moretwe.
Do you have any objection against taking an oath?
No, Chair.
Well, in that case, will you please raise your right hand to confirm that what you will give, the evidence you will give, would be nothing else but the truth? And if so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Advocate Skippers.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Moretwe,
Proceed.
thank you. Please state where you are currently working and what your position is.
I'm a state law advisor at the Department of Justice in the Policy Coordination Unit.
In December 2022, where were you working and as what?
During that time, I was working at the Judicial Service Commission in the Office of the Chief Justice. I was a state law advisor. I was also acting as a senior state law advisor.
And what, as part of your duties, would it be to assist with complaints that's lodged at the JC?
I was responsible for dealing with complaints lodged against judges, which the duties entailed receiving complaints, writing acknowledgement letters, and also preparing memorandums to be presented to the Chief Justice, as well as I also acted as the Secretariat for the Judicial Conduct Committee and the Judicial Service Commission.
Now, in December, on the 7th December specifically, 2022, the complainant in this matter, Ms. Mengo, lodged a complaint against the respondent, Judge President Mbenenge.
Yes.
What was your duties during this complaint on the 7th of December 2022? Just explain to us how that day folded out.
Okay, what happened was that I received a call from Advocate Potgieter, who was the then Deputy Director General for Court Administration, who I reported to. She informed me that there was a lady who needed to be assisted with lodging a complaint against the judge.
Just hold on a
Okay.
second. She phoned you to assist a lady lodging a complaint against a judge.
Yes, she called me to that there's a lady who needed to be assisted with lodging a complaint against the judge, and that the complaint related to a sexual harassment, and that it involved a senior judge in the Eastern Cape. And then after that, she then asked me if I'm willing to assist the complaint, the lady in lodging a complaint. And then I said, no, I don't have a problem. I'll come and assist. And then she told me that due to the sensitivity of the complaint being of a sexual harassment, it should be treated with utmost confidentiality. And then I then took my laptop. She then asked me to bring my laptop and the Judicial Conduct Committee complaint form to her office because that's where the complainant was. I then proceeded to go to her office. When I got there, she was with a lady that I did not know, who she introduced as Miss Andiswa Mengu, who was there to lodge a complaint. She then left us with, she left me and Miss Mengu together. I then asked Miss Mengu whether
Just before you proceed, what time of the day was this?
it was very late in the afternoon. Probably it could have been around past 3 or something, but it was very late. We were almost about to knock off, if I'm not mistaken.
So Advocate Potgieter left you and Miss Mengo alone
In her office.
in Advocate Potgieter's office.
Yes.
What happened then?
And then after she left us, I asked the complainant whether it was indeed correct that she wanted to lodge a complaint with against the judge, the JP. And then she confirmed that yes, indeed, she wishes to lodge a complaint. After then, I then started explaining to her the process of lodging a complaint against the judge, and also the procedures in terms of Section 15, 16, and 17 of the JAC Act. After that, I then informed her that since, the complaint that she is lodging is against the judge president, it will be brought to the attention of the Chief Justice for his consideration.
Before you proceed, why was it needed to be brought to the attention of the Chief Justice?
Because according to the JAC Act, complaints that are lodged against judges were normally dealt with by the heads of court. Now, in this instance, because the Chief Justice was the JP's superior, if I may put it that way, the complaint was supposed to be dealt by the Chief Justice.
Yes.
Yes, and then after that, she then started to narrate as to what transpired. And then as she was narrating the events, she started getting emotional. And then she would cry. And then we will stop, I will comfort her, and then, try, she would then for her to get her composure so that we can continue. And then she would then start narrating, and then I realized that this is going to be a very, very long story, and because I was informed by Miss Advocate Potgieter said that the complaint needed to be finalized that day because the complainant had to return to Eastern Cape the following day. So as she was narrating and then she got her composure, I then said to her that we need to start typing, we need to start with the complaint. But because of the emotional state that she was in, I then volunteered that I will type the complaint as she narrates the complaint.
And did you type while she narrated?
Yes, we started from the beginning, and then she started narrating the events that led her to lodge a complaint against JP. As and when she was narrating, she will show me the WhatsApp communications between her and the JP from her phone, and then some she will just say what was in the message, and then and then she will say what was said, and then I will type it as she says it. Some she will just quote verbatim as they were.
You say she showed you the WhatsApps on her phone.
Yes.
So it was not on a paper. Is that correct?
No, no, no. It was still on her phone. She was reading through her phone.
All right. So you were typing and she narrated.
Yes.
What happened then?
As we were busy typing the complaint, I recalled that she had said that she had not checked in to the hotel where she was supposed to stay that evening. And then she had indicated that it was a Protea hotel, which was next to our office, which was the Protea hotel next to our office. So we then agreed that we will leave the office for her to be able to check in and then continue working in her room.
So did you go to the hotel for her to check in?
Yes, we did. We went to the hotel. She eventually checked in, and then she got settled, and then we continued. She continued narrating, and I continued typing the complaint
In her room.
in her room.
Still on your laptop.
Yes, it was my laptop.
Did you finish with a complaint that night?
No, unfortunately, we did not finish. I think it was about around 9 o'clock, where now time was against us, and I needed to get home as well. So I then proposed that she should continue typing the complaint so that she can finalize, because she had a flight to catch. She had to return back the following day.
Yes. So what procedure did you undertake then? When you said that I need to go now, what did you do?
Okay, I took a memory stick, saved a draft document that we're working in a stick from my laptop, and gave it to Miss Mengu, who had brought a laptop, as she explained to me that she was working on a judgment that she had to finish. So I gave her the memory stick so that she can upload the document and continue working on it.
Did you then leave?
I then left with the agreement that we will meet the following day at our offices to finalize the complaint.
Did you meet the following morning?
As agreed, we did meet in the following day. And then she gave me a memory stick for me to print the document, the complaint that she was that she was working on the previous night.
Was the complaint finalized on that memory stick?
According to her, yes, it was finalized, because that's the complaint that we eventually printed.
Was it only the complaint itself, or was there any attachments also that you have had on that memory stick?
No. At the time, we were just printing the final the complaint that we're printing. We were going to take it to the police station, but I then requested her to send me screenshots of the conversations between her and the JP that will form part of the annexure that will go together with the complaint.
How did she send you the screenshots?
Because of the confidentiality that was emphasized then and the sensitivity, I requested her to send email the screenshots to my personal email, which she did, and then I printed in our office.
After you printed it, what did you do now with the complaint and the annexures?
Okay, we bundled the annexures and then we made it one bundle, which was, we named it Annexure A. From there, we then took the complaint that was printed and the annexures. We went to the police station at Midrand Police Station so that we can commission it.
After it was commissioned, what happened then?
We parted with Miss Andy Swamengu. She returned back to the Eastern Cape.
Did you give her a copy of the complaint before she left? Of this complaint that was now commissioned with the annexures and everything?
No, I didn't give her a copy of the commissioned affidavit complaint.
Why not?
We've never ever given complainants their complaint.
So how would they then know or have any proof that the complaint was filed?
We will normally send the acknowledgement letters to them.
Did you do that in this instance as well?
Yes, I did.
Did you do it on the same day or later on?
It was on the following day, the 9th, after we...
All right, she came here on the 7th, the 8th you went to the police station, and then the following day, the 9th.
That's when I sent her the acknowledgement letter.
Did you inform anyone that the Chief Justice was waiting for the complaint on that day? Or did anyone speak of the fact that the Chief Justice was waiting for this specific complaint on that day?
No.
Did the Chief Justice know about this complaint on that day?
Not at that time.
Now, you sent her the acknowledgement of receipt. When did you then bring it to the attention of the Chief Justice?
It was around the 11th, if I'm not mistaken, when I contacted the office manager in the office of the Chief Justice, Ms. Sanelisiwe Mtombeni, to ask her about whether I would be able to see the Chief Justice during that time. I don't recall what was the discussion, but I only got a response from the Chief Justice the following day when he sent me a WhatsApp text to say that he heard that I've been looking for him. I wanted to give him a complaint, a new complaint, and he had said that I should come the following day. If not, I would have missed him, and then I will only be able to give him the complaint the following year. The next year, which was in January. Yes.
Because it was now holiday season, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So did you then take the complaint to the Chief Justice?
Yes, on the 12th
Of December?
Yes, on the 12th of December, the following day, I went to the Chief Justice.
After you gave him the complaint, do you have any knowledge of what happened further to this complaint? Did anyone contact you again about this complaint?
After I gave the Chief Justice?
The Chief Justice, yes.
Okay, I met with the Chief Justice. I told them that this is the complaint that I wanted to give him. It related to the sexual harassment. It was against Judge President Mbenenge. Chief Justice took the complaint and said that he will read it and revert back to me. And then we parted ways.
Yes?
Yes.
And then, did you hear anything from the Chief Justice again about this complaint?
He called me again. I do not recall the date when he called me, where he informed me that he had misplaced the complaint, and therefore he had requested me to ask Ms. Mengu to do a new complaint in a form of an affidavit.
So he requested the complaint to be in the form of an affidavit. The first complaint, the first time on the 7th, in what format was that complaint?
It was in the JCC complaint form, which a complainant usually used to lodge complaints with.
So now the Chief Justice requested you to that she must do it in an affidavit form.
Yes.
Was there anything else that he requested you to request from Ms. Mengo regarding this complaint?
Yes, the Chief Justice mentioned that although he had read the complaint, it was very difficult for him to know as to which screenshot related to which event. So he said that I must ask the complainant to cross-reference the complaint together with the screenshot so that it will be easier for other people to read, as well as the JCC members. If I could say to the JCC members, if the complaint were to be referred to them.
What did you then do after the Chief Justice phoned you regarding this misplacement of this complaint?
I then contacted the complainant, Ms. Mengu, informed her that the Chief Justice called me to tell me that the complaint that I had submitted was misplaced, and that he requested her to do a new complaint in an affidavit. And then I also mentioned that the Chief Justice said it was very difficult for him to read, although he had read the complaint, but it was very difficult for him to see as to which screenshot related to which event.
Sorry. Excuse me. You said after the complaint was typed, the following day it was taken to the police. Sorry, I'm sorry. Let me repeat. Maybe it didn't come out on the record. You said after the complaint was typed, the following day and finished, the following day it was taken to the police station to be commissioned.
Yes, on the 7th, that's when we met with the complaint. We finalized the complaint and we printed it. No. On the 7th, that's the day we initially met, Chair.
Yeah.
And then the following day, that's when we printed the final complaint and the screenshots.
Yes.
Which we took to the police station to commission.
Yes.
Yes, Chairperson.
That I appreciate.
Yes.
But then you said you went to after the CJ said he had misplaced the complaint. You said something like you then had to redo the complaint on the JCC form.
I didn't get that, pardon, Chair.
What happened after it was said? The CJ said it was misplaced.
That's when I called the complainant to inform her that the Chief Justice said he called me to tell me that the complaint, he had misplaced the complaint, and that he requested that you do a new complaint in an affidavit.
By completing the form?
No, not the JCC complaint form.
Okay.
Now she must do the complaint in an affidavit.
Okay.
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay, all right.
Maybe the confusion was the first one was on the complaint form.
Yes.
But when she had to redo it, it was in an affidavit form.
Yes.
I think I had the other. I thought it was the other way around. That's why I got confused. So
Okay.
my apology.
No problem, Chair.
Sorry, so you told her that he also indicated that it must be cross-referenced.
Yes.
What happened then?
Must I continue? Okay. She informed me that she did not have an objection in doing the complaint, but she informed me that she did not know how to do. She didn't have an affidavit or know how to do an affidavit. So, as and when we were talking, I asked her to give her her full names, her age, the court where she was working, and the court where she was working, the judge, and all of that. And then I scribbled that, and then I told her that I'll prepare. I'll just do a draft affidavit for her where it will contain the personal details and the part where she as the deponent and the commissioner of oath will commission after she has completed the complaint, the affidavit, because I left. It was just that information. She just had to write it, and then she agreed that I can do that for her, and then she will continue with the complaint.
Chair, there's a file placed in front of you. Do you also have this small file with you?
Yes, I do.
We already dealt with it. It's this pro forma form that we were talking about the previous time. It's a part of Exhibit 1. Did you then start preparing the draft of this affidavit on behalf of Ms. Andiswa?
Yes, I did.
You have an incompleted affidavit in front of you. Is that the draft that you are talking about?
Yes, that's the one.
And on that one, you only started by, with the heading, the Judicial Conduct Committee with all the parties' names, and in the middle it says complaint, and then you started by I, the unassigned, Andiswa, with dots Mengo for her to complete, and then you started to hereby make an oath, and then you gave her information. You did not put any details of the complaint in this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then the second page is the commissioning part.
Yes.
What did you do after you prepared this?
I sent it to Miss Mengo.
How?
I sent it to her via email using it was my private email.
After you forwarded this draft to her, did you receive anything back from her?
Not immediately, because we had agreed that because it was December holiday, she can do it during that time, and then after she can send it to me through courier in January when we come back from the holidays.
Did you receive it via courier in 2023?
Indeed, that's correct.
In
I
January.
did receive it, yes, with courier.
Sorry,
In January.
I don't know how much is going to turn on this. Otherwise, you'll have to have it as an exhibit.
It's already in, I can't remember, I think it's Exhibit 1 according to Advocate Mashaba. I will just have to go and check. Let me quickly check, Chair.
But in this file that she is the file she's testifying from, it's also attached
Okay.
as KM3 on page 700. page 700, it's this other part. I think.
That's correct.
Yeah.
In the red file,
Yes.
page 700. Yes.
Thank you.
That was attached to your statement, your affidavit when you supplied it
Yes.
to me. So you received the complaint now from the complainant via courier. What did you do after receiving this complaint? Let me ask you first this. Did you only receive the affidavit, or was there anything attached to it?
There were annexures attached to that.
Which was?
The communication, the screenshot for the WhatsApp communication screenshots between her and the JP.
So just for the record to read correctly, Chair, that will be then the continuation of Volume 5, page 700, is where this is found.
Thank you.
After you received this couriered affidavit with the annexures, let me first ask you this. When you have a complaint, do you give a reference number to a complaint?
When we write an acknowledgement letter, we give the letter would include the reference number of the complaint.
So there is a reference number attached to a complaint.
Yes.
When you received this couriered complaint from the complainant, did you give it a new reference number or did you use the initial reference number?
I did not give it a new reference number because that complaint was to serve as a duplicate.
So just to be sure we are all on the same page, how many complaints did the complainant lodge against the respondent bearing reference numbers? So how many reference numbers are there?
It's only one reference number because it was against the same judge with the same sets of allegations, if I may put it so, like that.
After you received this couriered complaint, what did you do?
I informed the Chief Justice that I had received the complaint from Ms. Mengu, and then the Chief Justice asked me to bring the file to him the following week. I then made a copy of the complaint in case so that we don't have another misplacement of the complaint.
When you requested Ms. Menga to make a new affidavit because of the misplacement of this complaint, did you provide her with a copy of the complaint that you made initially?
We didn't have that discussion. I didn't.
So you did not provide her with a copy?
No.
Why didn't you ask her if she needed one?
Why didn't I ask her whether she needed what?
A copy to assist her to write the affidavit.
Remember when we were doing when we printed the complaint, the final copy, the final complaint that was printed, it was from her laptop. So she had the complaint, even though it was not commissioned.
Also, why, when the Chief Justice informed you that the complaint was misplaced, why didn't you just print that copy of the complaint and give it to the Chief Justice?
Well, we never discussed that with the Chief Justice, but in order for me to give the Chief Justice that complaint, we would still need Ms. Mengu to have to commission it. By that time, she had already left. She was gone.
And to sign the signatures, was there any signatures on the copy that you had on your computer?
No.
So you made a copy then of this complaint, and then you later on gave it to the Chief Justice to deal with it. Is that correct?
Yes, I later gave it to the Chief Justice, and he said he will read it and revert back to me.
Now, during the proceedings, we were informed by the Secretariat, Ms. Mbali, that they could not find the complaint. You confirmed that the complaint is misplaced. It couldn't be found. Is that correct? The first one.
Yes, at the time when I spoke to Bali, yes, that's correct. I said that I could not, I did not have the complaint.
Explain that to us. When she phoned you, why did you say to her that you can't find it?
At the time when I spoke to Bali, I could not recall that the complaint was misplaced. That's why I kept referring them to go and check in my office, because I thought that there was a complaint there. But it's only when I listened to the proceedings of the tribunal, it's only when I had the complainant saying that it was misplaced, I called it to say that it was misplaced, that it jogged my memory. Then I was able to recall as to what transpired and what actually happened, because I was the only official who was tasked to deal with this complaint. So besides me, it was Advocate Botrikdar. But she also called me to ask me about the complaint, as to where is the complaint, because she also had forgotten at the time that it got misplaced at some point.
And then I just want to hear your comment on the following. It was conveyed to the parties that the Chief Justice was not satisfied with the complaint, and that's why a new complaint had to be made. Can you just clarify that also for us?
Yeah, that is incorrect. That's not how it happened. Like I said, I just said that at the time when I spoke to Mbali, I did not recall as to what has transpired. Chief Justice never said that there was a mistake with the complaint. The complaint got misplaced, and when it got misplaced, the Chief Justice said that I must also request Ms. Mengu, after he had said that he must do the new complaint. He just asked that he must cross-reference the complaint and the screenshots.
So that's the only changes that had to be made, and that it should be in affidavit form, whereas the first one was on
the JCC complaint form.
On the JCC complaint form.
That's correct.
Now, in volume 1, you will have volume 1 there in front of you. That's the initial complaint, or that's the complaint that we are dealing with here now. That is the affidavit one. If you can open on page 1.
Yes.
It starts with the index to the bundle.
Yes.
And then when you turn around on page 2, that's where the affidavit starts.
Just a second. Um, you spoke of your memory being refreshed, or what word did you use?
Just remembered.
Yes.
Yes.
When somebody contacted you, it's only then that you remembered.
No. When Mbali called me, I did not recall, Chairperson.
Okay.
Yes.
When did you begin to recall?
I only recalled as I was listening to the complainant testifying.
Pardon?
Pardon?
This year.
Yes.
Okay.
When she spoke particularly about what happened to the complaint, why there was another complaint.
When did you leave the office of the CJ?
I left in July 2003.
2003 or
Yes.
2023?
2023. My apologies.
2023.
Yes, Chairperson.
And from that time, you had nothing to do with complaints, of course,
Yes.
relating to those of the OCJ.
Yes, Chairperson.
And you didn't deal with this matter either
No.
until you heard about it this year.
Until I was asked to do the affidavit, and when Bali kept calling me looking for the first complaint.
Which was? When did Mbali call you?
Sometime around December and earlier this year, in January. I think it was before the tribunal started.
December 2024.
Yes, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. On page 2,
Yes,
is that the affidavit, and you can page through with the annexures that you received via courier from the complainant?
that is correct.
It's volume 1, Chair. So this is the complaint that you received via courier from the complainant.
That is correct.
Then if you look at Exhibit 2, it was a bundle of pages that was placed in front of you.
Oh, this one.
Yes.
Yes.
Specifically page 1424, you will see there's a big number in the right-hand corner on top. There's page 1424.
Yes.
It's Exhibit 2. If you page on, you will see that there's numbers on the right-hand corner on top. Chair, that would be page 9 if you count it. It's the 9th page.
This hasn't been, the JPs haven't been
Paginated.
Just let's see what
It will be page 9, Chair.
you see.
I'll use yours.
That's the page where you are currently, Chair.
Where?
There, that page.
This one?
Yes.
Page 9 of this document.
This is the complaint. This is the one.
It was just
It's here, 1424. Okay. Yes. It's just that it's small.
Can you identify that document?
This one is the one that the first complaint that it was given to the Chief Justice. Yes.
On the JSC complaint
Yes.
JCC complaint form.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that the one that you typed on your computer?
I started typing.
Yes.
Yes.
Where did you find this when to enable you to forward it to all the parties here?
Okay. When I left the JSC, there was a folder that I created. I named it the JSC folder. So everything that I had worked on when I was handing over to Mbali was there. But because of the confidentiality at the time, I had put it on my personal folder, the complaint, the unsigned one. Yes,
Where?
in my personal folder that I had created in my laptop.
In your laptop.
Yes,
So did you find it there again?
yes, on my personal folder.
And that enabled you to forward it to all the parties.
Yes.
Did you have anything to do with the typing of the affidavit that's part of the complaint in front of this tribunal?
No, just the part that I've already mentioned, but as to the details, no.
I mean the complaint in volume 1, the affidavit.
The second one?
Yes.
No.
After you gave it to the Chief Justice, did you send another acknowledgement of receipt to the complainant or not?
No.
Why not?
As I've already explained, this second complaint was to serve as a duplicate. So there was no need for me to send her a new reference number.
But how would you know that you did receive it?
Pardon?
How would you know that you did in fact receive it? Because it was sent via courier, she did not personally bring it to you.
No, I called her to confirm that I did receive the complaint.
All right, so she did get the information that it was received and you then gave it to the Chief Justice.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you have anything else to do with this complaint? Except for handing it over to Mbali when you left?
Yes, that's when I think after the Chief Justice had read the complaint, that's when he called me to say that I must send him a draft letter that we normally prepared to the JCC members when the Chief Justice was referring a complaint to the Judicial Conduct Committee to consider whether the complaint should be referred to a tribunal. So that's what the Chief Justice asked me to prepare.
All right, so you were part of that proceedings as well?
Yes.
All right, but with regards to the affidavits and things, that was anything else done with regards to affidavits or annexures or attachments in this complaint that you did yourself?
No.
Did you check the annexures that the complainant attached to the complaint that she forwarded to you via courier, if it accorded with the WhatsApp screenshots that you had?
No, I didn't.
Did you still have that screenshots as well?
Of
the first initial complaint that you lodged, when she printed it for you at your offices, you made most copies of the screenshots for the first initial complaint that was misplaced.
Are you asking if I had for the first bundle?
Did you still have those screenshots anywhere saved?
They were on my email.
On your email?
Yes, my private email.
So you could retrieve that as well to forward to all the parties?
At the time, yes, but I don't have it now.
Not anymore?
Not anymore. I deleted those things.
But you forwarded it in January to everyone, is that correct?
Which one?
When you emailed the complaint, the one that was misplaced,
yes,
the unsigned one,
yes,
there was also WhatsApps attached.
I did not send the attachments.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. But further, you don't have any idea what happened in this matter with regards to the complaints?
I know I was there when the Judicial Conduct Committee said to consider whether the complaint should be referred to a tribunal. I was there.
Yes.
Yes.
And when did you leave in this proceedings? Up until what stage were you part of this?
I think after when the ruling came, I was still there at the JSC. I left after that.
The ruling that it must be referred to the tribunal?
Yes.
and then you left.
Yes.
And it was handed over.
Yes, to Mbari.
You indicated that you did not know the complainant before you saw her that day on the 7th of December.
That is correct.
Did you have any problems with her at any stage?
Did I
Any personal problems with the complainant at any stage?
have personal?
Yes. Did you have any conflict with the complainant?
No. We didn't have any conflict with her.
And with the respondent?
No, not at all.
Do you have any interest in the outcome of this matter?
No.
Thank you, Chair.
Advocate Buckland.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just inquire, Chair, it's just before 3:30. How much time do I have? I do need to take instructions on a few things that have come up during this evidence. I don't necessarily need very long, but I just needed a sense of how long you were able to run for today. Otherwise, I'm happy to start. It won't take me very long. So I'm happy to start in the morning, but I do need to just take instructions.
Yes, the arrangement was that we would stop at 3:30. We started 9:30 for the reason that by 3:30 we would have covered the normal 5 hours prescribed for proceedings. Because if you run court proceedings beyond 5 hours, you exhaust witnesses and everybody. So let me find out from members of the panel.
Yes, if I can then make a request that I start at 9:30 tomorrow morning, that would be very helpful.
Chair.
That's what you prefer.
Yes.
Okay, Chair. Chair, can I just remind the tribunal that this may disrupt the arrangement that I think is about people from the Eastern Cape tomorrow? So at least I'm just putting it in because then I need to cross-examine this witness. And what I was going to finish this witness today in light of the arrangements which are costly for tomorrow. So this disrupts that change for tomorrow because I'm not going to be limited in cross-examining.
If it assists, yeah, we can certainly stand the witness down and come back to her because she's based here. But if it assists, I'm not planning on being very long, but I do have to take instructions, and I don't think I should be stopped from doing that.
Chair, maybe I must just also place on record the witnesses will not be here before tea time. Their flights are only in the morning, so we can only deal with them after tea. They might be here at 11, depending on traffic from the airport. So we can start with this witness in the morning so that we don't waste time also.
We don't want to put anybody under pressure unnecessarily. So let's stand the matter down and the witness down to tomorrow 9:30. So we will adjourn until tomorrow 9:30. Will you be available, I assume?
I will avail myself, Chair.
Yes, thank you very much. We adjourn until tomorrow. Thank you. Feel free to leave. We're still packing and repacking our things. You can see how much we're struggling here.